Hello, everybody. How you doing? I think I got everything turned on right. And indeed, fantasy was first today. Hi, Quinekachu. Good morning, Naphicus. How are you all doing? There's the morning train. How lovely. Just need to do my quick post. Did everybody have a good sleep? So many places to post. Why are there so many servers? Okay. I think I've posted it everywhere. Remembered this time. Good morning, Ross Riders. Good morning, Sarafina. Hello. It's been ages. How you doing? Tesla, eat your food. Oh my god, Monday. And Neff has given us a bunch of dancing dinosaurs. Hello. Yep, Fantasy was here before the art and chat bot. They changed the art category thing, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. I don't really like it. Slowly waking up, trying to get myself to draw. You know what? Sometimes the Pomodoro technique works, so you work for 15 minutes. Like you set a little alarm, and you work for 15 minutes, and then you take a 5-minute break, and then you work for another 15 minutes. And I would like to try and set up a Pomodoro thing for stream and do like a writing day, because I need to get some writing done. You're working on leather pants? That sounds hot in more ways than one. What were we working on? We were working on 3 paintings at once. And this one. I went back to Necromancer's painting. And we went from this to this. I'm still not sure how I feel about it. Maybe a little bit too angular on the chin. Oh, I heard a bunch of snaps. Oh, I didn't stretch this morning. Just stretch the yawns right out of me there now. Thank you. And a posture check. Tesla is somewhere. He's in the corner, sitting in the tiny smidgen of sunlight coming through the blinds. Tesla, you want to sit in the sun? You come up here. Come on, Nugget. There's more sun up there. Fantasy has redeemed Hydrate. I'm just waiting for my tea to cool enough so that I can take the maracas. I'm gonna have to refill my main maraca, my non-ADHD med, soon. Nugget, come here. If you come up onto the windowsill, there's more sunlight. Tesla. Come on. There's the window. Oh, dear God. Oh! He's not really very smart. You know, let's turn off that, because it's just wrong. It's broken. Train. Yeah, you can do so many things, Fanat. Jesus. You could drop so many hydrates on me, it would be like Noah's Ark up in here. Still not quite cool enough to take the maracas. But I at least had a sippy. If you guys have suggestions for redeems, like, please let me know. I think I might put up a suggestions box in the Discord so that everybody can leave their suggestions. I am a lot less tired than I was yesterday. There's a lot of yawning happening. Yeah, I am struggling with Necromancer's painting. I think I should find something else to work on. I don't know what I'm gonna work on today, guys. It's one of those days where it's like I look at everything and I'm like, I don't want to work on any of these. It's a struggle. What else have I got in my files? Because I know you guys just come to hang out, but I at least want to, you know, do some art. I don't want to work on that today either. I'm having block on this one. Like, the worst designer's block in the universe. This is why I had started doing some paleo, because I knew art block was coming for me. We could work on this one. We haven't worked on this one in a while. Okay, I have 2 copies of this. Oh, that's because this one is the, this one is the old one that was broken. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I am struggling with so many things today. The struggle is real. Tesla, please eat your food for the love of God. Let's just start some work. We'll start some work and we see where we go. Why do I feel like all of this line work is the wrong line work? Is that why it was grayed out? Because it was the old stuff? Yep. That's why. Meow. Tesla is not eating his food, and it's a concern. Yeah. You see how everything is kind of rough in comparison? And that's because it's broken. I had drawn it all at the wrong resolution. I'm gonna make my life easier. And we're gonna use a symmetrical ruler to draw the bottle. Is that enough? Still not cold enough to take the meds. Symmetry rulers make things so easy. The things that need to be symmetrical. I'll turn off that ruler. I have to go let Tesla out. Hey, Necromancer, how you doing?
Oh,
Oh, Tesla, you did eat a good portion of your food. That's a good kid. And now he's gonna stand here. Well, I have to stand here while he eats some more. Yep. He just wants me to stand right next to it while he eats. I'll never understand this. Oh, heavens. You done? Yeah, you're done. Okay. Half-size cat eats half-size portion. Hey, good morning, MB. How are you doing? And how's Necromancer doing? Are you guys having a good day? This is a cloth roll, so it doesn't need to be symmetrical. In fact, if it were symmetrical, it would be weird. Surviving? Uh, Eating some Jimmy Dean's. I don't know what Jimmy Dean's is. Man, line art requires a steady hand that I just I just seem to lack lately. Maybe this is why I like the painting more, because it's I don't need to have a steady hand. By the way, those of you who got the cards, did you ever print them? And if you did, how were the colors? Neither of my printers are actually working right now, and I don't know why. The first printer, the printer I bought, doesn't print nicely at all, and I don't know what's wrong with it. It was a colossal waste of money. Even though I did, like, careful research. To be like, oh yeah, this is the best printer for doing at-home art printing, and it turned out to not work at all, and I think I just... Yes, like physical goods. That was kind of the idea behind the art card. The special thank you card. Oh, okay. Well then. None of us have printers that work. Maybe I'll ask Pank next time they're by if they recommend a printer. Because they seem to have a nice printer for doing sublimation prints, so maybe they know a good printer. Oh, for the people who had gotten the thank you cards for the Walking Pad campaign. I was asking them if they had printed them and how the colors were. Because every printer is different. Oh, it's a big pain. Once a year I have to print something because the printer's always dry. Same as car, the once a year I need one. I just rent one. Fair enough. Comfort level for literature? What do you mean? It's a very broad question. Depends on the category, I guess. flip the painting around to do some curves because my hand just doesn't want to draw those the other way. I don't have an eye for color, so not sure how valid my eye would be. Well, like, did the print come out similar to what was on the screen? When you're reading something like fantasy or fiction, when does your mind tell you that the author's gone too far? And that the part wasn't needed to get their point across? That's a very hard question to answer, and I don't think it's actually answerable. Because there's a lot of things that I would consider irredeemable that would be definitely too far. And most of those are actual, like, horrible crimes. So if you have a main character who's committing actual horrible crimes, especially those against children, then that's too far. Especially if they're your main character and they're meant to be the quote-unquote hero slash anti-hero. There's a certain level of irredeemable that's that is truly irredeemable. The side character is going to be helping the antagonist. Are they meant to die? Are they meant to be absolutely, like, the worst of the worst? Then, the insinuations can be there that they've done something that terrible. But I wouldn't actually write something like that out. Like, my MC, I insinuate that he's been in a position where bad things like that have nearly happened to him in the past. But I would never, like, fully outright say those things because they're... It's a very touchy subject, but my world is very, very dark. About maybe too far, but sometimes a character may do something that kills any sympathy I have for them. Sicario? I don't know. Don't know that one. Okay, this film itself is like a major criticism of the war on drugs. I can understand that being said on the characters. Yeah, there was a movie we watched in Police Foundations, and it was called like Trafficked or Trafficking, and it was all about human trafficking, and I couldn't finish watching it. I had to leave. I can watch Open Heart Surgery just fine, but that I couldn't watch. Monster! It's my Perf. How you doing? My mod arrives. I don't want to spoil much other than how I feel about the character, which is best summarized as stomp on face, repeat until all is left is wet chunks of bone. Yeah, there are some people I feel that way about in this world, even. Good morning, Perf. I didn't mean to wake you up. I just figured you'd get to it when you woke up. My tea is wrong today. Man, you can see the way my hand shakes when I draw the lines. Cat, why are you attacking the wall? What the hell? This is weird. It's time to take the maracas. Maracatan! Oh good, I didn't wake you. Excellent. In terms of the father of the antagonist makes them... do include the smuggling ending lives of things. Yeah. Yep, that character sounds irredeemable already. I feel so strong about this guy that I've been trying to write fan fiction after the second film. And weapons dealings, wanting to Star Wars, some more weapons. Joe tries to get help from retired Army Special Forces. The wall must die, yes. Yeah, my antagonist is basically a serial killer. There's a few antagonists, actually. There's a lot of murder in the world. I cannot resolve drawing that from that angle. Wow, engine. Jesus. Nope, more engine noise. Big truck. One day I'll live in a place that's quieter, maybe. Tega's gonna end up worse than his father. Following the old saying, your test to destroy your enemy, you become said enemy. Careful fighting monsters unless you become one. Yep. That's kind of one of the themes in my book. Where, witches are real. And the world, like, all of society just kind of collapsed for a decade. Where there was just people were killing each other because they're like, oh, you're a witch. You know, it's like Salem witch trials all over again, but on a modern global scale. And the aftermath of that is like the late teen years of the MC and the society around him, you know, recovering from that. And the damage that the kids who lived through that are suffering now, and they all have something weird about them. You know, personal quirks and trauma. And of course, then there's witch hunters. Witches are still a thing. You know, they didn't go away just because society decided to try and destroy them. They're still around. Seems like it's a matter the pirate nation killed, blames it on his father, so he can do out of business, continues to run the merchant guild through the black market, steals all the MC's otherworldly ideas.
To make cheaper versions that work not as good, but better than the first attempts at products. Huh. I'd love to have a witch waifu or a wolfie husbando.
Yeah. Thanks for the hydrate, Fantasy. Grim! How you doing? Thanks for coming by. It's been a while. Everybody likes to give me concussions here. Thanks for the hydrate, Neff.
Main character, Max Payne. Max Payne makes seeing Graham's family one last time.
Posture check. Straight!
What? I'll have to have to work. Oh, okay. Well, maybe another time. Thanks for coming by. I stream very early in the morning. It's very unusual for most people. But it's a good time because there are less streamers on. Krim does always send good vibes. Cole Hearns, most of the woman who ordered Cell's death. I always pass it whenever I came to see my wife. Felt appropriate to leave dead bodies instead of flowers. Hmm. I want to fix this. There's a lot of issues just right in here. like the first two games had some heavy things, including death of his family, like he consumed and killed so much that he had nightmares. Some other deaths on his wife. I'm talking about something he was like, can't talk, gotta go later, love you. Turned out to be something relevant, so further concerned he unwillingly signed your death warrant. That's what happens when you dismiss people. My biggest concern when I put a certain subject in my story is that it will push readers away who aren't expecting it. This is why everybody puts content warnings on everything. But also, like, you know, you're reading a piece of fiction, getting surprised by a dark subject in a book that's, you know, no stranger to having dark subjects is kind of weird. You know. The world is filled with dark things, and if you're writing a world that has dark things in it, and someone's reading that, they shouldn't be surprised if dark subjects come up. You don't put shit in for shock factor, you put shit in to get your point across. Yeah. Try to appease my readers, and sometimes at least I'm putting on some kitty gloves. Look, you can talk about dark subjects without actually bringing them up, right? You can insinuate that things happen without actually writing them out. It's one of those things that really takes skill as a writer to do, to bring up a really dark topic and talk about it in such a way that doesn't alarm the people reading it. I mean, you look at the Harry Potter world, for instance, and, like, it's dark. You know, it has a lot of allusions to genocide and, like, 1930s Germany, especially when Voldemort starts taking over the government. And, like, that period of human history was very dark, and we're seeing something like that kind of happen again. You want to be sure there's a point to everything, or at least you try to. One story that, well, it's on delay, is about a paramedic who was a former combat medic, Army Special Forces. The thing is, that character isn't in a hurry to talk about that part of his life anymore. Yeah. Well, it's also, like, it's important that we do write these things in fiction, because it allows us to explore these darker parts of the human psyche from a safe standpoint, too, right? like the show Man in the High Castle is what would happen if like what would society look like if the Nazis won, you know, with a little bit of like science fiction and universe hopping and multiverse shit involved. I didn't finish watching the series because, once again, it's one of those things that really bothered me. You know, the like, oh, this family, the mother has a Jewish background, so she's Jewish by the way the Jewish religion works, is it's passed on through the women, right? So only the children of a Jewish woman can be Jewish, and so the husband is not Jewish. So we take this woman and her children into the office for an interview, and then we use them as a means to blackmail the husband into answering our questions, and then we kill them anyways because we can't suffer them to live because they're less than human in our eyes. And so they gas the wife and children anyways. And it's like, that's fucking dark, man. But that's what that society would look like. And it's important to acknowledge that that those kinds of things exist. And that's what things would have become had we not won. And it's a lesson in, you know, don't let ourselves become that. Because this is what humans are capable of. And we have to make sure that we don't become this absolute worst version of society that could possibly be imagined. And the safest place to do that is in fiction and in art. Just to explore, like, what is humanity capable of imagining? The things that humans are capable of imagining. You look at the Geneva Convention, and then you realize the Canadians are the reason for the Geneva Convention. And you're like, wow, how do you come up with such horrible things to do? And it's like, grief and pain and absolute hatred for your enemy. Okay, this one I can't resolve this one with being at the wrong angle. I just can't do it. Little crossover thing that I tried to do here, it ain't gonna work. That's like a little fishtail braid. I think I got a winger early on when a squad of Oz pilots, OZ, after they take out a base, and the base commander concedes to surrender so no one else dies. Yeah. You're mistaken, Commander. This is no surrender, this is an execution. Yep. And that's how you make an irredeemable character. Yep. But again, in history, like we've had situations like that where people are just following orders and they use that as the excuse. Oh, I'm just following orders. And Nazi Germany is what you get when you have everybody go, oh, I was just following orders. I was scared, so I followed the orders because I didn't want to end up like that too. And I'm like, well, if everybody didn't follow orders, we never would have had it happen in the first place. If everybody just had a spine and weren't cowards, it never would have happened. But then again, like, my grandparents never would have met. Well, my Oma and Opa, at least. Gundam Wing is one of the lighter series. During the TV series where told Operation Meteor is sending 5 Gundams to Earth to do precision strikes against Oz military, among other factors, try to minimize collateral. But later find out at the very end of the TV series that the original Operation Meteor was meant to be a far more genocidal plan. The plan was to hurl many colonies onto the planet, with Gundam sent as more or less suicide soldiers to finish off the rest of the force. And the rest to force any survivors into space. Oh. Sitting on here. Okay, sleep well, NB. Have a good night. Much sleep to you. Velcro, are you making funny noises? Velcro? Velcro? Why? What are you doing? Velcro's being a silly bean. That's what he's doing. Truck noises! Oh, there's the bot. Oh. Answer the phone, they immediately hang up. Gotta love phone scams when I'm waiting for jobs. Yeah, it's my ringtone. Some chiptune thing I got somewhere. Jesus Christ, it's so noisy here. It's no wonder I don't sleep. Try this truck coming out of science. Usually I order and remove all the explosive charges. Yep. Gundam history. It sounds like they had some pretty decent writing. I just never got into it because I didn't have cable TV, and then by the time I was watching anime using high-speed internet, like Gundam had been out for so long. I should probably watch Gundam someday. I had some friends who really liked Gundam Wing. They knew everything too. No name decides he'll take Tro's name. So expresses he has no interest in the world domination. So I was like, why not? Let's Troa down command, and so the whole colony drop thing is rejected. Nice. Fantasy is booping necromancer snoot while necromancer dances to sick tunes. Back to art. This was supposed to be March's printable. I feel bad for not finishing it. I'm really slow to do art. I really shouldn't be an artist. I'm getting faster and better, though. And we were, since Necromancer exists, I was working on his thing. I don't know which one I like. I still think I like the older one better, but the skin tone is completely wrong. Finally got the nose, though. Nah, I don't think Fantasy's too worried about that. Yeah, it is kind of weird. Thanks for the hydrate, Koneko-chu. And Necromancer. Necromancer, do you like the softer version better, or the, I could try to blend them together. I finally got the nose. I could just steal the nose from this one and put it on this one. Everybody does have standards. Everybody has limits. Yeah, I like the softer version too. I'll have to resolve the color problem. But the nose on this one is the whole reason I went down into this rabbit hole, was to get the nose right. So I'll take the nose from this one and put it on this one, and then do a color fix. Because her skin is very gray in this one, and she looks a bit undead. I know you're a necromancer, but I'm pretty sure you want your character to yeah, be alive. But that's why doing all of these facial practices has really helped. Like, you can see the difference in structure. So we're gonna go full Frankenstein here on this painting. I am going to duplicate this layer again and keep that as a history record. And I'll work on combining these two off stream. And getting a little bit better at ears, too. I just wanted to ask you that while you were here, so that I could continue working on your piece. Because I would like to get it done, because I would like to move on to something else, too. And apparently I have quite a backlog. So I really have to hunker down and work like crazy today. No Palia today. We have work to do. Play comes later. Erase this. throws crochet hooks in the air. Are you okay there, Kaneko-chu? Fantasy has booped my snoot. It is the boop snoot. Like the droop snoot. But it is the snoot that gets booped. The boop snoot. I think my skills have finally woken up this morning. You know what I meant, Necromancer. I know you're always coming and going between your meetings and work and stuff, so I just wanted to ask you about. I knew you were paying attention in chat. Actually available. I don't begrudge someone doing their actual jobs. I would never do that. I'm just happy that people show up. Like Lucid Wolf said yesterday that they'd be happy to buy a poster if I had one. I was like, I'm not worthy. Trying to give the illusion that Lagoon's hair has a bit of a wave to it. giant heads. Where is this layer? Is that one? Turn that off. How fast can I finish this whole picture? Probably not today, but maybe tomorrow? Create a new folder. This is There are so many lines. I mean, not lines, layers, Jesus Christ. Why do I have multiple copies of this? Delete that one. Push that down. There, less layers. Ugh, why do I have a headache? Good lord, the bus noises, man. So loud. Senko, how you doing? It's been a while. We're just working on some art. A little bit of a backlog going on around here. Gotta love that German internet. I'm just working on a piece from back in March where I have Nameless and his predecessor character Lagoon. Yeah, doom scrolling, don't do that. Doom scrolling, not good. Normally we do paintings here though. That's painting practice. We have a mermaid piece that hopefully we'll finish before the end of the month. Yeah, we do stuff. These are practice sessions where you replicate a picture that already exists, but you can't choose your color from the picture. You have to choose it from the color wheel only, and it's surprisingly difficult. I first started with an egg back in December, followed by a banana, then a salt lamp, a couple of landscapes. We had a bird that we were working on that I have not finished. There's a lot of unfinished pieces. A hand. This is one of the landscapes. I really like painting landscapes. They make me happy. They're probably my favorite thing to do. Clouds. Another portrait. I have a lot of trouble with the nose and lips area, so I'm doing a lot of those as practice. Eyebrows still not finished in this one, but it's good enough for practice. So we've done a lot of things, actually. A lot of unfinished ones too. Oh, it's not Scotland. That's not Scotland. That's the Dolomites in Italy. Those are actually white cliffs. It does look a bit like Scotland. This is an old painting we're working on for Necromancer from December. You can see like how much I've grown from. Let's find the earliest version. So it started that as the sketch. And then we moved up to this. I've been, I like this one, and I kind of want to go back to this one. Oh, there's Fantasy! Fantasy's sneaking up on Senko. But, like, you can see, like, the evolution of the practices that I've done before. Even in the background. This isn't the earliest background. It is the earliest that I still have. So yeah, you can see the evolution. We're going to take these two that are on top, and we're going to try to merge them together, because I was struggling with the nose, and the skin tone is wrong. And of course there are jewelry bits as well that I'm still adding in. 60k star shells. I'm really gonna have to find some redeems for you guys. And put time limits on some of them, because Arius exists. Oh, she came in the other day and just, like, threw a whole bunch of stuff at me. A whole bunch of cans just repeatedly, and it's funny, like, maybe twice or 3 times in a row from the same person. But when it's 5 or 6, it's just kind of annoying, because it's really loud. But when it's like, you know, 5 or 6 different people do it, it's kind of funny. But I'm gonna have to put a limit on the hydrate if Arias keeps doing that. Oh yeah, by all means, give me suggestions. I'll take them. Just like DM me or workshop it here or whatever. I'm not guaranteed to remember it though if you post it in the chat here. Because then I don't have notes to refer back to. My god, monitor, stop turning off. A castle for added challenge? What's that? Oh, for the paintings. I thought you meant like redeems. Oh yeah, that's quite nice. The one with the daffodils in the forefront is much nicer, and I'd probably leave out the purple garbage bin. Just some, artistic interpretation. I leave out the purple garbage bin. It's very distracting. It's like beautiful Irish castle. Probably Irish. It looks Irish. And then purple plastic garbage bin. You're like, yeah! Very medieval. Oh, Scottish, okay. They're very close. They have a lot of similarities. Alright. I'm gonna put the potion in here. What color do we want to make the potion? We'll grab this color for now. Train. Alright, and ah, it's Fraser Castle. Now I see why you like that one. Now I know why. I see your motivation. Also, don't try to draw with the eraser. pills in this pouch on the side. Let me turn that off. Turn that off. Wait. Oh. There's something else I wanted to put in this pouch here. Can't remember what it was. I think it was herbs, probably. Yeah, we'll just sketch in some leafy bits. It's representation, we'll get back to that later. Yeah, starting to look better. I can delete that layer, and that layer. I'll just quickly fill in some color for the things that aren't quite done yet. Stuff that's still sketch. Yeah. I think for delete that layer now. No, not yet. I'm sad that I have to redo like the whole belt. God, why are there so many noisy engines today? Is it just me, or, like, is it noisier than usual? Okay, I can get rid of this layer now. I've been drawing the wrong layer. Yeah. Just gonna make it up. Yeah, there. God, I hate the way I've done the eyes. Let's just do that for now. It's a bit terrifying. Ooh. Quick fix it. Make it less scary. Just get rid of it.
Just get rid of it.
Boy. It's the stuff of nightmare. Yes. You saw nothing? Just saw nothing. It's terrifying, but you saw nothing. Classy. Hey, good morning. How you doing? Wasn't real. It wasn't real. Button Ice Lagoon can't hurt you. He's not real. This is why I love to have the ability to canvas flip. eyes are different sizes. Yep. Oh, Classy, you need to let me know when you get agile. But welcome, good morning. We're just working on some old pieces. On the merch piece that I never finished. Just working on getting the eyes right. humidity must be really high today because the trains sound quite loud. Maybe that's why all the traffic noises sound so loud today. That's a lot better than it was. Now to clean those lines up. It sucks that I have to basically redo everything over again because of the the mess up with the resolution. It's so vexing. Yeah, Button-Eyed Lagoon. Can't hurt you anymore. I killed him. Some fine adjustments to the distance between the eyes. Feel like backpack needs to move a bit too. Which means we'll have to do a little bit more line work. That makes more sense. I don't know what I should do for the background either. I feel like I should put some forest back here. I really feel like there should be forest or something in the distance. Maybe like a pine forest. The fastest pine forest ever. I think that adds a little bit more balance to the picture. There's definitely going to be more clouds, or even no clouds. No, there needs to be a cloud. Let's see. It kind of works. A bit better. There, the composition is already better. I think that's one of the things that was really throwing me off about it, other than the fact that I had to redo all of my line work. One of my posters is coming off my wall. I have to rescue it. There we go. I wish I could get those posters as disc plates. Monitor. Hello? My monitor just completely turned off. Oh, there we go. Maybe I'll make eggs for breakfast. Eggs sound good. I'm a little bit hungry. Good lord, it's just so noisy today. Oh, anyway. This is
Thanks for Hydrate Fantasy. I'll have to go get a drink. It's probably about time to get up and do a proper stand-up as well. Just want to finish what I was concentrating on here. Alright. Do a little stand up and walk around. Everybody should make sure they get up and move. Otherwise you get blood clots. Restretch. Restretch. Whew, that wakes you up. I was concentrating real hard there. Everybody make sure you get up and move. Ah! Ooh, a little heart balloon. That's adorable. Alright, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna get another drink so that I can first of all wake up a little bit. And then redeem Fantasy's Hydrate. I shall be right back.
It will be a few minutes more because I've decided to make some breakfast because I'm really hungry and it's already lunchtime. So I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. We have an everything bagel and some scrambled eggs and a cup of coffee. It's breakfast time. Please check my email for an update on my application. Which application? Hold on, we're gonna hear a lot of email sounds coming in. Oh, yep, yeah. That's expected. Oh god, so many email noises. I apologize for all of the sounds coming in. I have a lot of email accounts. A lot of these are like, oh, I turned off notifications for certain things, and they keep turning them back on. Quality inspector job. Post-secondary degree in science or engineering. Never mind. God damn it. I don't qualify for anything. Everybody wants these very specific degrees, and I'm like, I'm smart. I don't need a paper to tell me I'm smart. But they use people getting degrees as like an arbitrary way to separate people from you know, just random applications. But like the job I just got rejected for, that was a warehouse worker. I can't even get a job at Tim Hortons or McDonald's. I just can't. I applied to them. Can't even get a job at a warehouse. Can't get night shift at Walmart. And everyone's like, oh, you're just not trying hard enough. I'm sorry, but if I put in my applications and I never get a response, is there anything else I can do? No. But at least I know that I'm not waiting forever for that non-response to come through. I at least appreciate them sending me a rejection, because then I can move on with my life and look for something else. And the funny thing is, they've probably hired some guy who went into the interview, and then that guy has outsourced his job to some dude he's paying under the table from another country, so that he doesn't have to do the job. And then that guy will get to the warehouse, and he won't be the right person who went to the job interview. And, then they'll have to start the whole process over again. I'm at least a real human being and a Canadian citizen who wants to work, and I can't work. Yeah, people say that haven't applied for jobs since like 1988. Exactly. And also, like, if you go in person to apply for a position that is online, and you're like, oh, hey, can I just leave my resume here? They'll put you on a do not hire list, because they're like, oh, you can't follow instructions. And it's like, you don't know which companies do that. So, for all I know, dropping my resume off at Costco could have screwed me for the rest of my life with their company. Straight up. By being proactive and going in person, you know. The go-getter who wants the job. That could have screwed me for the rest of my life. Nowadays. And the older people just don't seem to understand that that's the thing. They're like, well, how can they do that? And I'm like, well, they just take your name and punch it into a field and go, do not hire. And then if you ever submit another resume again, it just throws it out. The system just throws it out. And that happens a lot. And people tell me, they're like, oh no, that can't possibly be a thing. Oh no, it's a thing. I got confirmation from people who do hiring. Because I posted a Reddit thread asking, I'm looking for work. You know, can anybody help me? These are my limitations because I'm, like, limited to the public transit system and I'm severely allergic to celery, so I can't work in most kitchen or grocery environments because I will suffocate and die. It's not a choice, it's just a thing. It's a restriction. And it's, if I could stop being allergic to celery so that I could work at restaurants, I would. But I can't. And people are like, well, why don't you just become a waitress? And I'm like, because I would die. Literally. I would suffocate, and then I would get fired if I lived. I mean, I would definitely live. Like, it's not like full anaphylaxis, but like, I stop breathing. Okay. Close the email program. As you're working on your scarf, and now I see the yarn I bought is one shade lighter than the first, even though they are the same color. That will happen with dye batches. It's alright. It'll just be variation. Handmade. More special. Mathis is watching me eat my bagel and eggs. With this look of, why aren't you giving me any? Anyways, that's my angry job rant. This is why I need to get, like, prints up for sale, and Sai was like, you know, I was like, oh, maybe I should, like, put up some merch in case people, like, want some on the off chance. And she's like, oh, well, I don't think people really should. You know, she's like we're so small that, like, I don't know, I don't want to just, like, shill stuff to my audience. And I'm like, so you're saying that I shouldn't do that either because I'm smaller than you. And that's the impression that I got. And I feel bad about that. And it's like, but I have to make a living somehow, and if people want the stuff, then it's there. If they don't want it, then they don't have to buy it. But it's like, I have to make an income somehow, and clearly I don't exist as a human being in the eyes of employers. Yeah, you see, I can work with anybody. I don't care whether I like the people or not. I don't have to like my coworkers. I just have to tolerate them. And if they're assholes to me, I will get my revenge. One way or another. Don't be an asshole to me. Because I will sit and wait until the right opportunity arises to get you out of my life and still maintain the life that I have. That is the true Namora nature. I am a demon internally sometimes. I will work with society because I have to. Because it's survival. I will fiercely defend all of the people that I'm loyal to, care about. And I will annihilate my enemies. If you're cruel and you're not a nice person, you are my enemy. I'm only mean to bad people. And I very much give people the benefit of the doubt for as long as humanly possible. Lots of mini bosses. No fucking creep, you who touched me in a no place. You see, that's assault, and you go to the police. Thanks for the hydrate, Ref. And unshrimp line spice. It's gonna be a quick stretch because I'm still eating brunch. So thanks for the stretch, the posture check, and the hydrate. Everybody make sure you unshrimp your spines. But yeah. If somebody touched you, you go to the police. Especially if it's in the no-no place. And who is this person, and can I destroy them for you? There's plenty of places I want to work fantasy, and I will never get a job there. There's even more places I don't want to work, but if I can get a job there, I will take the job. Like Walmart, or McDonald's, or Tim Hortons. I know those places don't really have celery anymore, although Tim Hortons is a bit questionable. Their soups have celery in them, but like they're so incorporated in all the other ingredients that that they don't off-gas the thing that gives me the allergic reaction. It's mostly raw celery and celery that's in the process of being cooked. It releases something, like some sort of compound into the air that just kills me. I didn't used to have this allergy. I used to eat lots of celery, and then one day I was helping my mom bring in the groceries. I bent over, picked up a bag, breathed in the air that came out of the bag as I wrapped my hands around the handles, and suddenly started choking. And that's how I discovered I was allergic to celery. That was an adjustment period. A person who don't learn to drive due to epilepsy. Well then. Karma does exist for some people, but not so much for others. I have redeemed your hydrate. My coffee was cool enough to drink. And I have to redeem Neff's hydrate. I think I put too much coffee in my coffee. It's kind of bitter. And while I tend to like bitter flavors, this is like the bitter of too strong coffee. Woo. My tracking was making me jitter. Well, I wish absolute ill on the person who touched you in a bad place. people who assault others are just like the worst human beings. Can't you just become a bookbinder? Why do you need to be an apprentice bookbinder? Is there, like, something special you have to do? I know plenty of people just make their own books. I do that. I don't do it often, but I have bound my own books. Geez, when I look down, I really look down, don't I? You know how you'd be a leatherwork apprentice? You make leather items, and then you sell the apprentice work online for the cost of the materials plus, like, maybe minimum wage. That's how you be a leatherwork apprentice. And the more leatherwork you do, the better you will get at it. It's like the artwork that I'm doing now, all the practices that I do. All those paintings are just practice so that I can be better at the artwork that I want to do. So that when I sell it, I don't feel as bad of putting out like a half-assed product because I've put in the work to learn the skill. And I've reached the point where I'm comfortable now doing pieces and putting them out for actual money. Well, those people aren't your customers. Fantasy. Those people aren't your customers, they never will be. They want to buy the cheap Walmart goods that are made in China overseas and they don't want to pay for good quality things. You will find your audience, but you have to put your work out there. Just like you guys show up all the time. Like, Necromancer subscribes, and he gives subs and everything, and he must enjoy what I do because he contributes. And you guys contribute to the chat. You're always here, so you must enjoy something about what I'm doing. Whether it's the occasional nuggets of advice that I give, or just how weird and scuffed that I am. You know, whether I make you laugh or make you think about something, something I'm doing is right for you guys. And like that that alone like fulfills me. It would be nice if I could make more of a living wage doing this, but I'm just gonna have to, you know, find other ways by like putting up prints that people can buy. The problem is once somebody buys one print, they only buy it once, right? So then I have to keep making art, but that's not a bad thing because more art in the world is always good. Now, my art isn't groundbreaking by any means, but as Mystic pointed out, the people who buy my art want my art. They want my art. They could buy anybody else's art, but they want mine for whatever reason that I can't even fathom. I can't even begin to fathom it.
but I do deeply appreciate it. So it's the same thing with your plushies. If you put love and care into your plushies, and, if you can do any filming, film the process and put it up on like Instagram or YouTube or TikTok, and people will find that stuff, and then you like link to your Ko-fi page where people can buy your plushies from you. People will buy them, and they will pay the price that you ask, simply because they have become invested in the process of seeing the thing get made. And I find, for me also, when I see somebody making something by hand, I have a greater interest in paying what it's worth, because I know that somebody put their passion and their skill and their expertise into making it. And this is why so many people hate AI, because it's literal garbage. There's no skill involved whatsoever. And what's worse is the AI is built off of the skills of the people that came before it, without putting in any effort to actually learn anything. It's just a machine, It's like a factory line that's completely automated, that pumps out all of the things that everybody can buy. There's no life or love in it, and I think humans have that connection. I have seen people who make small businesses, and they just catch the right wave at the right time, and their business takes off. There's crafters who make like a batch of 50 baby toys that are just like these soft plushy ducks, and that's their whole business. They make like batches of 50 and then they sell them, and that's their livelihood. Baby toys. It's kind of wild. I buy art when I'm not broke, yeah. Ironically, I'm broke because I just bought art. But, like, there are people who, they can't draw, and while they could use AI, they choose not to. And as an artist, I deeply appreciate that. Because, like, Necromancer could have had his character portrait, like, ages ago. If he had, just puts in the right amount of prompts into an AI and eventually gets something he's okay with. But, like, today, I did a variation last night of his character's portrait, and I asked him which one he prefers, and he prefers the older one, but I need to do some fixes to it. So that's client feedback, and then he gets a picture that's even closer to what he was hoping for his character. And I also learned something new in having to paint that the nose and mouth area on that character that without a reference. But I was able to do it because of the practices that I've been doing here with you guys. So, yeah. Frankenstein face. It'll look nice when I'm done, don't worry. But, like, you guys clearly want something from me that I offer. And, I don't know how to reconcile that with my self-deprecating tendencies. But I always appreciate you guys showing up, and I don't know how to express it other than just saying thank you. We love what you do. This is pure magic. You're an amazing person and a really good friend. Oh. So I don't know how to... thank you. And if I finally save to buy some art, I have a good place for it. Oh. Well, when I do prints like this, like these ones, they will be relatively affordable for most people because, it's just a downloadable thing that you print yourself, right? It probably won't be more than $15 just to make up for the cost of the art and how long it took me, and then, wages. But it's a piece of art that you can just download forever. Keep it as a file and print it yourself.
So, like, if you can't afford a commission, this is, and you want some of my art, this is like the next best thing, right? The best part, every one of them is unique, and I can make stuff like hearts, blankets, and even bandage legs for them to make the teddy bears even more unique. Do we need a Nameless Appreciation Day? I think that would be too much. I think I would probably just die of embarrassment. Don't inflate a Demora's ego. It's a bad idea. Like, I know I will never be a big VTuber, like a Bao or anyone, but it really frosts my spots to see people like Cinder become big, where they're like, they just backstab all of their friends. And, I know we like to see the negative and focus on it, but there are a lot of really great VTubers out there too. Like Bao. Bao is really nice. And Shy Lily. And Iron Mouse. And Connor when he's moonlighting as Iron Mouse. I love it when he does that. Booby. I love Booby so much. I wish we would get more Booby. I need him in my life. Connor's done such a good job with him. Like, if I were a voice actor, I would 100% play up Nameless as a character. But, like, when I created Nameless as my character for LARP, I created him as something that I could play at LARP, and I didn't have to do something crazy like wear a wig or insane contacts or anything, which is why his hair is about the same color as mine. I still don't pass as Mask. Probably because I'm fat. And I say I'm not good looking, but I'm like, I know I would be really, actually very good looking if I weren't morbidly obese. I am not confident in my body. My body does not feel like it's mine. Especially because, like, it's female. I understand the gender dysphoria, but, like, I wouldn't go so far as transitioning myself. Because I already have enough endocrinological problems. So, no hormonal problems. Like, my endocrine system is fucked. I've tried everything to fix it, and it just won't. Like, even as soon as I hit puberty, like, my weight ballooned. There was nothing I could do about it. I used to walk to school every day, and I'm pretty sure it was like 4 kilometers each way. And that was every day of the school year. And my weight still kept going up. So clearly it wasn't because I didn't get enough exercise. And my mom never bought bad food. She always fed us healthy food, you know, meat and vegetables every night. You know, there were still carbohydrates, and I was still drinking orange juice in high school in the mornings. But, like, people made fun of me because I was fat. And I'm like, I don't know why I'm fat. But now we know that, some people are hypersensitive to carbohydrates, which is why I shouldn't be eating bagels, but I like them. And I really need to just do a fast, because I'm, like, having skin problems lately, and I don't know why. Just need to reset everything! Yeah. But that's the thing about LARP is like you need to play a character that you're actually comfortable playing too, right? I mean, Nameless is a lot better looking than I am, that's for sure. And a guy. Sorry, just cleaning off my plate. I finally, oh god, broken neck. I finally got the resin to do my faux kintsugi to fix my vase, and now my little Asian wall sconces and sake cups and stuff. Finally bought the resin. I was gonna put it on my wish list, but I'm like, you know what? I'll just buy it. I've made more than enough. I'll just buy it. Because it was only like $36, so. Well, if you're gonna be a Chaos Gremlin, you'll get along very well with Arias. The Fae are absolute chaos, and our camp is run by Fae. Nameless doesn't know how to be chaos because he was never allowed to be chaos. He's a bit quiet. Even for a Demora, he's a bit quiet. Demora females tend to be louder and aggressive. Nameless gets mistaken for a Fae a lot. And he's like, but I have horns. I don't have wings. I'm not a fairy. Because to his knowledge, the only things that are... before he arrived in Mythodia, the only things that were, like, sentient beings were Demora and humans. He didn't know what Fae were until he met some. And right now his impression is Fae are all fairies. Until he met the mushroom Fae, and now he's like, fairies and mushrooms? Mushroom people? There are mushroom people. But mushrooms are delicious. Can I eat you? That's his level of chaos is, are you delicious? There's the runny nose. I'm gonna take some Advil because I actually have a prodigious headache. I think I need to buy new pillows soon. I've had my pillows for like 12 years and they're not good anymore. And I think that's why I keep getting headaches. It's because the pillows don't have any support. And 3 kilograms. I think I'm more than that. Yeah, I'm way more than that. A lot more. So, don't feel bad. 103 is nothing. I'm 147.
I'm technically too heavy for the walking pad. I still use it, and I just hope I don't break it. I'm very careful when I use it. Step lightly. But, yeah, it's embarrassing how heavy I am. I am embarrassed for myself and everybody around me all the time. And, like, recently my weight went up. It used to be lower. I was, it was 140. And very recently, I don't know why, but my weight's been just skyrocketing. And there's nothing I can do about it. I've been getting exercise, I've been eating less, and I've been eating better, and my weight is still going up. And it's infuriating. And so deeply shameful, because it's like, I don't want to be like this. And society looks at you and they're like, oh, you're fat, you must be lazy. And I'm like, I'm really not. I'm really, really not. So I have the sniffles. I ate food and now I'm drinking coffee. I will have the sniffles. I'm not crying, I promise. It's just coffee makes my nose run. But yeah, society is fucked up because they're like, oh, you know, you're fat, so you must be lazy, or, you know, you're not pretty. And there's definitely a pretty privilege in our society. If you're good looking, you get farther in life. You have more opportunities than people who aren't good looking. It's kind of fucked up. But that's why I like VTubing, is I can look however I want and however I'm comfortable. Like, I'll be honest, you know, I'm a large person. I'm not gonna try and hide and pretend that I'm, you know, some skinny-waisted big booba girl. And my heaviest to hit 290. Managed to get down to the 240s. You know the way struggle? Yeah. Yeah, I'm 326 right now. I'm short too, so I look like an apple with legs. Yeah, I'm at least, you know, I'm 5'7", so I'm relatively tall for a female. So at least that's not too bad for me. And my distribution of my weight is also pretty good. So I look lighter than I am, which I guess is also lucky.
5-1 on a good day. Gravity's starting to take effect. Gravity comes for us all in the end. My lowest was 110 before the kids. Yeah, well, that's another thing too. Is pregnancy will cause hormonal shifts, and like I'm getting close to menopause, so like I don't think I'm even gonna have kids at this point. Like I wanted to, but also like the idea of getting pregnant was like terrifying to me. So, like, I didn't even sleep with anybody because I was like, I don't want to risk it because the child's probably going to have all sorts of health problems anyways because my hormones are all fucked up. And then, of course, there's the weird mentality of I would rather be a father than a mother. And again, it's probably has a lot to do with my gender dysphoria. In there 235, but I'm 6 foot, so I've weighed 180 since high school until I hit 30. Yeah, 30 will do that. I'm lazy, so it's my fault, but I feel yeah. My wife had similar issues. Nothing she did helped. She had a professional trainer for almost 2 years, eating the most perfect, unsustainable diet, high intensity exercise 4 days a week, and only managed to slow it down. Yep. She eventually got bariatric surgery and is finally halted, but she doesn't like it. Well, yeah, because it's invasive to your body, right? I can understand why. I never experienced gender dysphoria. I've experienced body dysphoria since I gained all the weight. I felt like I'm a body that's not mine and I'm stuck in a fat suit I can't get out of. Yep, that's exactly how I feel about it too. And people who make fun of fat people just don't understand that, like, we're not fat because we're lazy or not trying. We're just fat and we can't really do much about it. And we don't need to be shamed more for it. What layer is this? That's the sketch. I can delete that layer. Delete that layer. And I can delete that layer. Still needs some adjustments, but getting there. People will be shit people, unfortunately. Yep. I've long since learned to let that kind of stuff slide. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Those people are just dicks and they don't know any better. I mean, it doesn't mean that it still doesn't hurt, but you know, you learn to just ignore it after a while, and I think the older you get, the easier it is, but I found the only thing that really helps for me losing weight is to just do a 5-day fast and then be very careful about what I eat afterwards. If I just go back to eating the way I was before, I'll continue to gain weight again, and I'll gain more back. Like you do with any diet, right? The whole thing with fasting and intermittent fasting and stuff is that it's a lifestyle change and not so much as a diet. You just have to make it habit. The problem is, like, the food that you should eat has become so expensive, and the food that's affordable that you can eat is so bad for you. And I'm mostly talking like carbohydrates. Anything with wheat in it, don't eat it. It's poison. Sugar, poison. They're finding now that the food guide should actually be, like the food pyramid should be flipped upside down. Just flip it and follow that. There's also, like, when I can do carnivore, I tend to be a lot less hungry. And I eat a lot less food. Because I'm getting calories that take a long time to distribute through my body. So I'm not getting immediate energy from, you know, sugar or carbohydrates, right? Biological chemistry is very complicated. But, like, for me, that's what works for me. It could not work for somebody else because every human being is a little bit different, right? Intermittent fasting works better for some people. It doesn't work so well for me. I have to do, like, long fasts. Like 5 days or more, no food. See, I tend to only eat breakfast, but, like, I'll eat breakfast at any time of the day when I'm hungry.
but I prefer breakfast foods like eggs. I'm very much a fan of OMAD, or one meal a day. If you eat the right thing, you're just not hungry. People are like, oh, I could never do any fasting, or I could never eat just one meal. And I'm like, you'd be surprised. Thanks for the hydrate, Fantasy. I don't really eat fruit either. I don't like sweet fruit. Fruit is candy. Fruit is nature's candy. I don't even like sweet things anymore. I cut, like, adding sugar to things out of my diet back in like 2010. So like I stopped putting sugar in my tea and my coffee. And even then, my weight still kept going up. Imagine if I hadn't done that, I'd probably be about 400 pounds by now. Because my metabolism is so effective at putting stuff away that, like, I have to do the feast and famine thing for my body to operate properly. My body is just straight up Paleolithic. It just wants to be a caveman. I've been eating more sweet things lately because my roommate's going through a lot of problems with her health and stuff, and so she keeps ordering like junk food, and I get in on it, and it's really bad for me. Which is a bad example. Negative influence, I guess. And I don't know how to tell her that she shouldn't. So we're trying to make sure we go for more walks and stuff now, just to compensate. But we didn't go for a walk yesterday because I was just way too tired. Thanks for the hug, Fantasy. The eyebrows make all the difference in the world. Soft Boy Lagoon with Soft Boy Nameless. These two. Sad thing is, the only snack I like is roasted seaweed, and the stores don't have them anymore. Really? Roasted seaweed. I don't think I've ever had roasted seaweed. I've had the, like, seaweed snacks that are, like, just like the dry sheets that are kind of like nori, but have, like, salt and stuff on them. Seaweed snacks are good, and they have iodine in them, which a lot of people are really low on. I should probably get myself some seaweed snacks, actually, because I'm probably very low on iodine. And that was one of the only ways to get it.
I wonder if that's why I'm having so many skin problems, actually, because I'm low on iodine. I had iodine drops, but I consumed them all, I think. Yep. My iodine dropper is empty. It's basically a seaweed extract. And vitamin C. I lack vitamin C. I should probably nom one of these. Those who deliver it argue about who should deliver it. What? I'm confused. Are there like seaweed wars or something that I'm unaware of? Let's slowly consume this vitamin C. I bought the cheapest vitamin C tablets, and that was a mistake. Because there's a lot of citric acid in them. Or a bit sour. I should have just got the swallowable kind, not the chewables. I was like, oh, well, I get these. They're like orange flavor. That'll be nice. It'll be like a piece of candy I can have daily. But it's actually good for me. So I bought the 500 tablets. So I got ways to go to get through this bottle. Oh man, that sucks. I'm sorry. Just keep asking. Can you send me a picture of what you're talking about? I think I know what you're talking about, but oh, it could be different. Oh, sorry, you're just gonna have to listen to me suffer for a little while. Oh. Yeah, I think adding that pine forest in the background really helped a lot. I'm just looking at the composition. And then we'll put the field of flowers in. Oh yeah. Oh. Num 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 num. Yeah. It's very sour. Ooh. God, it's been 4 hours already, Jesus. Man, I think we've been going for that long. And we got pretty far on this too. I'll be here for another 6. Interesting. Are they just like little thin sheets, right? Ours come in like a little rectangular plastic dish. I wonder if I can take nori sheets and add like olive oil and sesame seeds and stuff to them. And then bake them to make my own seaweed snacks. Because nori sheets are much cheaper. But I think it's a different kind of seaweed. I'm not sure it's actual nori sheets or Someone gave it 1 star because it smelled like fish and had a hint of fish. It came out of the ocean. Of course it's gonna have a fish flavor. It's fucking seaweed. What did they think it was gonna taste and smell like? It's gonna smell like the ocean because it came out of the ocean. People are stupid. They think seaweed doesn't have an ocean flavor. Yep, I'm still on. How you doing, Marinai? I just had brunch. Oh, thank you. This was the March piece. The March chibi. I wanted to do a chibi every month and clearly that didn't happen. I am a good artist. You're allergic to nuts. That's good to know. I will make sure not to have any nuts around you. You might just have to consider ordering it from like Amazon or something. But yes, this was the March chibi that I didn't finish. I added some pine trees to the background, flipped one of the clouds around to fix the composition problems. It sounds nuts, but it's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. Nothing. You and your puns. You're already an old man fantasy. But yeah, I just finished brunch, Mare and I. And I am eating some very sour vitamin C tablets. And suffering. Trying to be healthy. Sticks out of a portal. Get off me, seaweed! I hear shouting. Oh, it's the crazy lady. She's walking around the courthouse yard, screaming. All the trees are budding. There are tiny leaves on all of the trees in front of the courthouse. The rest of the trees in the neighborhood all have full leaves. Yep, the crazy lady is out again. Which means I'm not going outside for at least an hour. Maybe a few. She tends to hang around for a little while. I don't know if you can hear her. I am 14 stories in the air, and I can hear her shouting. There's just this crazy lady. She's homeless, I think. Very likely. And, she's definitely got some problems. She's always shouting. She has followed me around every once in a while. Sai and I were playing Pokemon Go one day, and we just happened to be, like, walking on the opposite side of the road from her, going in the opposite direction from her. We didn't even look at her or anything. We were just minding our own business. She noticed us with our phones out, crossed the street, turned, going in the opposite direction she was going to follow us, and started shouting at us, saying, "Don't you dare record me, and I dare you to record me, I'll kick your fucking ass, I'll fucking kill you." Yeah. And she was just following us around. We didn't even know that at first that she was talking to us, because she was behind us, like, 30 feet, and just shouting and following us. And I was like, oh, the crazy lady's here, because, like, we had seen her before shouting. And so I'm just like, oh, let's stop next to this restaurant and look at the menu board as if we're gonna go inside and let her pass and just be on our way. And then when we stopped, she stopped and kept shouting at us, and we're like, okay, she's after us, and we just booked it. We just kept walking. I was like, lady, we're not recording you, we're playing Pokemon Go. and Sai was like, no, don't interact with her. Honestly, like, I'm at the point where I am so sick of this woman that I want her to attack me so that I have reason to charge her with assault and get her put in jail so that she gets the help that she clearly needs. I will take one for the team. I'll get assaulted by the crazy crackhead lady. If it gets her somewhere where she can get help. The problem is we don't have institutions for keeping people locked up. Oh, don't worry, I wouldn't get hurt. You forget I am police trained. I would just take her down. I may be not very strong and unfit, but she's like a quarter of my size, too. And I have martial arts training. And she's not the kind that carries weapons. She'll just, like, try to claw my face, and she won't get very far. Oh, no, I don't need to sit on her. I have an Aikido move that
all I have to do is slightly shift my weight and I can break your arm in 3 places after I've pinned you. Oh, there's the bot! Second time today. We got a double bot today. At least I think we got double bot. But yeah, Psycho Lady is outside, so I don't wanna go out there. I had hiccups now. Hey, sleep is fine. How's your arc going, Ross? Wouldn't it be weird to have the other Ross in here? Just both Rosses at once. And then Kanakachu with her cat named Ross as well. Adopt the cat! Yes, games are distracting. This is why I stream. Because I actually get a lot more done during stream than I do any other time of the day. Wow, the coffee is extra better after that vitamin C tablet. Woo! Whoa. That's, whoa. Some bitter coffee. Of course you want Ross the cat, Kanekacho. You collect Rosses. Kanekacho and her little harem of Rosses. I don't know what Generation Kill is, but you seem to know a lot of media that I have definitely never encountered. See Marina under gunfire as the convoy stuck. Also back up. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, I am a Police Foundations graduate, and I know 2 martial arts. I may be fat and unfit with a terrible knee, and awful asthma and permanently damaged lungs from the asthma and pneumonia, but I can take people down. And Ifurumi is with me. We know 3 martial arts between us, because she knows some judo, so she can throw people. There's a few weeks of the Iraq was just sort of rightfully not settled about how terrible war is. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I wanted to be a police officer. I didn't know that my reaction to seeing people harm one another in reality was to get so upset at the injustice that I burst into tears. My reaction to seeing injustice in real life is to cry and be angry. I should have known this because of how I reacted to the bullies in high school, but I thought that was just because I was being bullied. But the first time I saw somebody else being assaulted, I had a full-blown panic attack. And I was like, oh, no wonder I couldn't be a police officer, because I would suck at it. I mean, it doesn't help that, you know, I couldn't pass the prep test either. But they still let me graduate, even though it was a graduation requirement, because I was so good at everything else. And then I became a security guard. I'm fine with being a security guard, because I'm not supposed to fight. I'm supposed to observe and report. And I am okay with that. I mean, I will save a person if they're being assaulted, if I'm the only one there who can help them. I am not one of those bystander people.
I just dislike seeing violence in real life. Oh, crazy lady's back. She must have gone around the block. She's back again. But you know, at least she's freaking out in front of the courthouse, so there's lots of police there. The advantages to where I live. I will be right back. I need to take a biology break. I am back. Oh. I think somebody's car broke down in the middle of the intersection. Oh, no, this isn't Crazy Lady. This is some lady whose car is in the intersection. She's just blocking the whole intersection. People are trying to help her to help her push her car out of the way, and she's just screaming at them all sorts of F words. It's wild. This lady's just blocking the whole goddamn intersection. I hope somebody's called the police, because, I don't know what she's doing, but she's standing at her trunk with like a pad of paper, and she's just leaning on her trunk writing stuff down. It's really weird, guys. Like, all the traffic's backed up. Nope, there's a tow truck. Now she's screaming at somebody on the phone. I wonder if her car broke down or if, like, it was a fender bender and she's really upset and embarrassed and she's just screaming people out of embarrassment. I wish I didn't live in the city. I wish I could live in the woods where there are no people and I didn't have to experience this. Because it is anxiety inducing. Because I thought I heard a crunch just before the shouting, so... Oh yeah, there's some people inspecting another car that's just stopped off the street. Oh, she went to go give the guy her insurance information, and she literally just, like, threw the paper onto his windshield, barely considering handing it to him. And the wind picked it up and tried to blow it away, but other people are, like, trying to help him. Oh, the police have arrived. Prepare for more shouting. What a reflective head! He's so shiny. Yeah, there was a collision. Oh, she's driving a Mercedes, too. How did she end up in that position, anyways? It makes me suspect that she was the one at fault since she's passing her insurance information off to the other guy. Yeah. Mercedes driver, I suspect that she was the one at fault and doesn't know how to use her turn signals. Or, you know, to look. Yeah. Well, the police are there, so I no longer have to watch. I mean, there are plenty of other witnesses there. It's a busy intersection. Lots of people walking around. You know, the city library's here, just up the block, and it's right smack in the middle of downtown, but, you know, just in case. Yeah, no, it really doesn't. And, like, she was blocking the whole intersection. Her car was fine. It turns out that she had opened the hood of her car to just be like, oh, my car's broken down, so I don't have to move it. And I'm gonna stand here and be a petulant child and yell F-bombs at people who are just trying to tell me to get out of the way. Do you have air conditioning, Fantasy? Isn't that what four-ways are for? Yes, that's what four-ways are for. I guess she wanted a bigger indicator because she was literally like right in the middle of the intersection. Maybe a little bit off to the side. Like, people could still get around her, but like, traffic was backing up. Because people had no idea what was going on, and like, she wouldn't leave the intersection either, so she wouldn't just leave her car in the intersection, she stayed with her car too. So like, people are like, well, I don't know which way this lady is gonna suddenly start walking, so I don't want to hit her. So they're just like, oh, slow down, stop, gawk, be confused, and everybody's doing the same thing, and meanwhile the lights are changing and everybody else behind them is getting angry, and then the next person gets up to the intersection and then they don't know what to do and it's just causing problems. Police officer gets there, she immediately puts down her hood and pulls off to the side. And it's like, if your vehicle can still move, you move it so that you don't impede traffic. But her logic is probably like, oh, I better not move my vehicle so that I can swing this story in a way that makes it look like I'm not the one at fault. That's usually what the issue is. Like 98% of the time, the one who refuses to move their car out of traffic, even though it's totally capable of moving, is the one who's like, oh, if I leave my vehicle here, now that the other guy has moved, I can probably swing this in my favor. Again, it's simple logic, but it's also police training. You hear all the stories, and you learn some things. I have heard stories about the darkest parts of our society while in police foundations, and when people are like, why are you so interested in this drama or whatever, and I'm like, it's not drama, it's criminal psychology. For me, like, that is incredibly fascinating. It's like a Tozy's videos, he's like, this is a fascinating use of free will. But for me, it's like a cross between a Tozy and Swoop, where it's like, it's not drama, it's dangerous, you know, and it's criminal psychology, and also it's just something I find fascinating to observe other humans and what they do. At this point, when I'm stressed and angry while driving, I try to get myself to slow down the car so I don't do a stupid, yep. The airflow here is horrible and the sun is glaring at my big windows. Do you have curtains, Fantasy? If you don't have curtains, I would recommend getting some curtains. And if you're having trouble with airflow and really big windows and sun coming in the afternoon and evening where it's really hot, get one of those like reflective camping blankets and put it in the window, like nice and flush up against the window to reflect the heat of the sun back out of the building. During the summer, that will help a lot. And maybe get a fan if you don't have like a window air conditioning unit that you can get or something. Get a fan. Just having moving air will help so much. Yeah, no, yeah, human behavior is fascinating. People are so weird. At the very least, start with one of those like cheap survival camping blankets or just tinfoil. If you've got a big roll of tinfoil, line your windows with it to reflect the light out. If you're not worried about having natural sunlight in your place.
because it'll reflect the heat out. Remember, shiny side faces the sun. That's what we did in our other apartment. Is we had those reflective camping blankets, and we just attached them to the inside of our curtains, or like taped them to the window. They're just like really thin foil sheets, and it helped quite a bit. Yeah, windshield covers too. Well, you could give them a spot of sunlight instead of like the whole window, right? And that will tremendously reduce the thermal load in your apartment / home, wherever it is that you live. Because even if you cut out 90% of it, that's still 90% that you're not getting in your home. I would be physically unable to live without AC. I've tried over and over to live without it, but I can't. Over 75, I start to sweat through everything I'm wearing, and at 90 plus, I turn bright red and risk passing out. Yep. I do not take well to the heat. The other day, it was like 25 degrees, but it was like 90% humidity, and I was just dying. It's when it's humid that's the worst part. I can handle dry heat, but humid heat I really can't. And that's the one thing I hate about the city, is it's built like a bowl. So all of the humidity sits in the bowl and doesn't go anywhere for days at a time. And of course we've got a reservoir under us, like a natural aquifer, and of course the Grand River, and we're surrounded by the Great Lakes. It's very wet here, and I hate it. See you later, Necromancer. There's a little bit more shouting happening. Yeah, nobody likes the heat, and the planet's only getting hotter. Okay, I was gonna check what the temperature is today because we haven't looked. 13 feels like 11 with a high of 15. It is nice and cold today, just the way I like it. Like, the next week is gonna be really cold. Anime North would have been cold this year. Apparently VTubers are starting to do meet and greets at Anime North, which is kind of neat. Rivy's playing with the mesh tube again. He picks it up by the middle and then tries to chase the end while he's holding the middle in his mouth. I'm so glad this cat has found a way to entertain himself. It is the right general circle of nerdery. Indeed it is. What would be funny is if I became a big enough VTuber that people knew who I was, and then I dressed as my character and went and pretended to not be me. I think that would be hilarious. They're like, oh, you're dressed as Dame, that's cool. I wish I could get away with changing my username to Nameless everywhere, but that would be so hard. I think one of the reasons maybe why I have so much difficulty getting traction online is my name is too complicated. Also, Seika is very much my female character. I could go back to using the name Xanthias, though.
There do be a lot of owls, yes. And Sayaka is very much not me. Sayaka's just the name I use. But she's not me. She's like the female ideal of myself. Like, if I were a beautiful feminine lady and I could look and be however I wanted, but I had to be female, it would be Sayaka. Oh god, the stupid lawnmowers have started. Rip. Let's do a bit more work here, shall we? Yeah, lawnmowers and big trucks. I just can't get away from the noise, guys. My hands are shaking again. No. It's the anxiety of people shouting. God damn it. Let's try the opposite. And this is why I couldn't be a police officer, because people shouting at each other. Maybe go have a shower, Fantasy? I find if I feel too hot, having a shower helps me cool off. Whether it's a hot shower or a cold shower, doesn't matter. It's just having the water and being clean.
Oh, hands, please stop shaking. Anxiety is the worst thing ever. I don't think the coffee helped much either. Thank you for letting me know. Appreciate it. God, I hate lawnmowers. It smells like cut grass now. Ugh.
The belt is gonna be so much fun to do. Not. I apologize for all the lawnmower noises. Soon it's gonna be leaf blowers. I should probably just end stream. The noise is so obnoxious. I hate being beholden to the lawn care specialists. It got quiet for a few moments and I was like, oh, blessed. And then it started up again. Did I burn out on Palia? No, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't have my OBS up in the background. I couldn't see it. And I was like, why am I not seeing any? Which, oh, that's why. Lawns in general kind of suck for anything other than the sports ball and parks. Yep. And even then, leave it to natural leaf litter, please. I want my parks to be as natural as humanly possible. I would love to make lagoons, like waste wrap thing. I like the like weird leafy concept to it. I'm trying to start a new pose because the one I'm looking at the reference and how the would-be tail would need to be positioned isn't gonna work. Well, eventually, if you practice enough, you'll be able to make up poses on your own. Accidentally close the stream. Now it's alright. Yeah, that's the plan. Only issue is again stuck with family bedside. Russ, you need to step it up and live your life. Also found Russ, we need you here because you're the only one we can rely on. Fun. Oh, blessed quiet silence. No lawnmowers. It's okay, the leaf blowers are next. The lawnmower started up again. So many messy layers. Welcome back. I hope you feel better soon, Fantasy. Oh, there's a hug for what it's worth. Also, my mom is playing gospel music. Let me see if I know how to drive it out. Oh, damn. Gospel music, how fun. Like, what brand of gospel music, though? Like traditional gospel or like American gospel? It's like some of the really traditional classical religious music is quite beautiful.
fantasy has booped my snoot and given me a hydrate. It is the boop snoot, like the droop snoot. But it is the snoot that gets booped. The boop snoot. Thanks for the hydrate. It'll hydrate with this coffee that is too strong. This looks so much better now that it's at the right resolution. These little shoulder things need to be fixed. This one is too small, or this one is too big. A bit of both. Now that the line work is finally getting in. Yeah, that's a lot better than it used to be. I think I have to extend this one. Probably out to here.
I have to resolve how those attach at the shoulders. I haven't figured that out yet. I haven't figured out his neckline either. If I had to guess, though, he probably has a pair of pants. And then he has, like, a little over tunic thing that he wears. And then he probably has the one that's this color is another tunic like this that probably has these little sleeves attached to it. And then the other one that's the same color underneath is probably just a standard like square neck tunic with little side slit things. And I think that's what he's wearing. And then of course his belt wrap, which is just a wrap, and then it'll have the little braided leather thing, and then it has a thinner leather braid that goes across the middle like that. Yep, Zio is on. So I think that's how his clothes work. So there needs to be another loose bit here that these bits attach to, and that comes down and joins this, and that's just like a loose overcoat thing. And then these are, this lighter green here is a wrist wrap with little armor plates on it. And they go up to his elbows. Like that, and these probably have a similar wrap style to the belt, to the dark green wrap. Sort of like a leafy look to them. And that's probably what we're gonna do.
And then we'll be done Lagoon, and then we'll have to do Nameless. Alright, I think the coffee is doing its thing to me, where coffee makes me sleepy, because ADHD. It's kind of a weird thing. But it's a known thing. And this is why coffee has made me sleepy my whole life. People never believe me. My parents didn't believe me when I'm like, oh, I'm really tired. And they're like, how can you be tired? You like coffee. And I'm like, coffee makes me tired. And they're like, that's impossible. Coffee is a stimulant. Nope, coffee makes me tired, and it makes people with ADHD tired, and coffee has made me tired my whole life. So, let us go raid somebody. And it would seem that Evan is not on. Wow, there's a lot of people on right now. So it's kind of weird that Evan is not on. How strange. Alright, we're gonna raid Zio. So we're off sailing to other waters. Thank you all for coming by today and for your support as usual and your kind words and your patience while I scuff my way through life. I will see you tomorrow for another art stream. I'll see if I can work on this a little bit for today, but probably not. I think I should probably take a break because I've been staring at it for too long. So maybe we'll continue this tomorrow, and I'll probably work on a bit more of Necromancer stuff later tonight. But I think I'm going to take the rest of the day to do some other things. So I'll see you next time. Thank you all for coming by. Bye-bye. Love you.